No, no. Yeah, just get no, I know. I Muchas gracias. Yes. English music. Yeah. Thank you. Yes. So the last thing Hey, Tom, here's what I'm gonna. Let me say something. Tom, here's what you do. Here's what you Doesn't he have a phone in his room? No. Why? Go ahead. Why does he not have a phone? Why are you mad at me? Like I should give a trouble so one of my computers don't work. No, yeah. Why? Why are you so angry? Why are you so mad at me? us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, the glory, forever and ever. Jesus Christ, our Lord and Christ. I believe I'm the righteousness of God in Christ Jesus, by the blood, whose grace and mercy stands out today. Thank you, Father. Jesus Christ, my precious. Baruch Hashem, and the peace of Jerusalem. Jesus Christ, oh my precious name.
Crisis. I couldn't believe where I was at. Never over there.
We want to share that there is hope in the midst of this chaos.
It's hard to believe that it's been almost 20 years since the 9/11 terrorist attacks on New York City. I remember that day well. I remember being in New York City right after that and seeing the grief and the despair on the faces of people. There were not enough chaplains, there weren't enough churches, there weren't enough people to deal with the agony and the heartbreak that was taking place in that city. That's where Rapid Response Team was born. We decided we need an army of chaplains, men and women that can respond anywhere in the world, anytime, to deal with the storms of life. Millions of people are going through a crisis every day, and they don't know Jesus Christ. Sometimes the layers of pain and grief go deeper than you could ever imagine.
I'm from New York. My husband and I here deployed here to help our city in terms of the COVID. There is a feeling of a little bit like 9/11. 9/11, it was very quiet and very fearful. But this is a little bit different type of a fear.
It's really not unlike what we encounter in natural disasters. You've got people who've been victims of a crisis. I mean, it's a health crisis, it's a personal crisis.
When I first put on the personal protection equipment, I was very nervous. But I have to say that once I started walking towards the tents, it's like I didn't have it. My focus was the patients. We've seen patients get better and get discharged. We've seen patients get worse and some have died. We want to share the good news, the gospel, just that there is hope in the midst of this chaos.
The first of March, I thought I had a little cold. They told me that I have COVID-19 in your body. Ain't no cure. It's in your body. I got the fevers, the shakes, and stuff like that. I wasn't doing anything about it. I figured it would go away. You know, because I didn't worry. My daughter actually called for an ambulance. If it wasn't for her, I would have been alive. They saw that I have pneumonia in both lungs. Somebody came in and said, yeah, we're going to rush you to Central Park. I couldn't believe where I was at. When they rolled me to the bed, I started crying.
Having COVID-19 is extremely isolating. To have a chaplain come and speak with you for a moment of your greatest need, I think really, really helped.
They can't have visitors. So the fact that we can just be there and listen to them, it's such a blessing.
I just look forward to seeing Randy sitting next to me and talk to me. And talk to me really about religion, about the power of God.
Sometimes you'll see the fear on their face, literally.
Every day I cry. I ain't gonna lie, every day I cry.
I'll never forget the first time I saw George. And Dr. Linda pointed to the back on the right, and I saw this big man. So his shoulders were moving as he sobbed. And I said a brief prayer because I knew this was going to be a little bit tougher.
I just accepted it. Ain't never come home.
He had just lost his wife 2 years previous. And his biggest fear in that moment was that he was also going to leave his youngest son.
I know, Randy. I don't care what I gotta do. I gotta see my two boys. I gotta be my two boys. No matter what I gotta do.
He shared that he was a Christian. The Lord, Holy Spirit really made that bond initially. So when he was crying, I was trying to give him perspective.
Every day. Randy came to see me. Every day.
I shared that Jesus wanted us to focus on the how we're going to get through, which was through him. And we talked about how his son belonged to God ultimately, and that God would take care of him. And he started to just really turn around in that moment.
I don't think he could have said nobody about it. He said, Randy, come. I don't think I'm going to be. I will be there right now. I ain't never going to forget. Just something about the spiritual like that.
John said he wasn't a very religious man. God put on my heart to share it's more about the relationship and to use that to transition into talking about the gospel with him.
When you sat there and you were talking to me about accepting Christ and I saw the things in you,
I know that there's power in the Word of God and how it can transform people.
it's just something special. It's so much. Like think about it. Now I never experienced anything like that. I'm telling you.
It'd be there in that moment, demonstrating that hope and comfort that we try and bring. It's really been powerful.
The change just feel different. I believe he got a plan for me.
If you have a burden to offer hope in the midst of tragedy, consider becoming a crisis-trained volunteer chaplain. To find out how, visit billygraham.tv. Your prayers and financial support are invaluable. They allow us to share the comfort and hope of Jesus Christ with people enduring tragedy. Be a part of what God is doing through the Rapid Response Team. Visit billygraham.tv or call 877-567-8989. As a special thank you for your support, we'll send you a copy of the book Reborn by Clayton King. Call or go online today.
Felt like something was wrong. My plan was to commit suicide.
On the radio traffic was an officer getting down, one officer down, and they said another officer was down. I could say unequivocally that the days that we're policing are some of the most challenging that I've seen in the course of my 30 years.
On these troubled times, many law enforcement officers face chaos and hostility in the communities they serve. The Billy Graham Evangelistic Association is responding with law enforcement appreciation events that give officers and their spouses renewal and refreshment from God's Word. This ministry is now traveling to troubled cities around the country. To support these events and encourage the men and women who serve, contact us today.
As Christians, one of the best things we can do when someone is hurting is simply be there. What we call a ministry of presence. That means showing up, always being ready to share the hope that we have in Jesus Christ with those that are hurting. The Bible says in 1 Peter, always be prepared to give an answer to everyone who asks you to give the reason for the hope that you have. Do this with gentleness and respect. I believe that when a person has gone through the ditch, through the storms, people who have no hope, I believe this is when we need to respond and to love them and to care for them, to pray with them, and to share with them the hope that we have in Jesus Christ, God's Son.
My mom was someone I could go and talk to about anything. Felt like something was ripped out of me.
It's been 1 year since Francis Nelson and Manny Childs were victims in a double murder homicide in Albany, which stemmed from a domestic violence case.
My mom and my aunt were murdered in front of my children at her home. They were best friends. My aunt lived here too. How do you bounce back from being in a place of so much despair? I lost a lot of hope. Life seemed unbearable. Things just felt overwhelming. I didn't want to get up in the mornings. I didn't want to see sunlight. My plan was to take a whole bunch of pills to commit suicide.
Hurricane Michael is a monster storm that's gaining intensity. People across 6 states are under hurricane warning this morning.
I'm standing here at the door watching the storm. And I'm saying, oh my God, when am I going to get a break? Just lost the most important people that would have been right here with me. I could call my mom at the moment when things got bad. I was at the bottom. I was mentally tired, emotionally tired. It's like a battle that I just could not fight.
People can go through so much sorrow and grief and so many trials in their lives that sometimes they just feel like they can't get back up again. My husband and I, when we got to meet Casa and to hear her story, it was just unbelievable. She had been hit by so many internal and personal storms in her life that she was completely devastated.
The rapid response team, they walk up in their blue shirts, and the first thing that they do is hug me. The warmth that they gave was amazing. And I felt a sense of hope. This was God, sending me to help me. And all of us, we started talking, we started praying. And I said, the prayer of salvation.
You're a part of the family of God. There's nothing like it.
And I have no other choice but to fall on my knees and trust that God has a purpose for me. If Billy Graham chaplains did not come, I probably would have still been doing the same thing that I was doing every day. Sitting in my truck crying because I don't want to come to this house. The chaplains gave me that hope. I feel like I'm free. Free.
Someone that feels so hopeless and has gone through so much like Casa, and they suddenly accept Christ in their heart, and you see the hope, the joy, the tears in their face. You know that it is. He is working in her heart. He is working in this, and it can only be God.
Now when I go to my mom and I'm free, I don't feel that.
It's a wonderful example of how the Holy Spirit can work through administrative presence and prayer. Now, burdens are lifted, hearts are healed. We invite Jesus Christ into that situation. As you watch the 24/7 news cycles or look at what's happening in your own life, you may be wondering if there's any hope. The answer from the Bible is an absolute yes. You see, real hope comes from knowing Jesus Christ who died for our sins, who shed his blood on the cross, who was buried, who was raised from the grave, and he's alive right now, and he can come into each and every part of the right sin. We praise God for the opportunities our chaplains have to share the new and lasting hope of Jesus Christ. Many of the direct response to these chaplains are former law enforcement. They understand the heavy burdens that come from seeing what sin and evil can do in this world. So when what happens when violence shatters the community, our chaplains go home to support and share the hope that we have in Jesus' name.
The Congress allowed that to renew, then the Congress authority expired, and so the CDC authority that's in effect now is based solely on the CDC's own interpretation of its legal authority under public health law. And the judge said today, sorry, you don't have the authority to do this. CDC has said this is necessary to help prevent the spread of disease, but governors better enforce stay-at-home orders to keep people in their homes instead of gathering with others. But the judge said today that the law does not give the CDC the authority to do this on its own. The government said, well, if you're going to rule against us, limit your ruling only to the people who sued us here, which is a group of realtors and realtor associations. But the judge said, sorry, I'm bound by precedent that said when I rule that something like this is invalid, it has to be nationwide. So that's the background. Who does it affect? It affects anyone that does not live in the 18 states that have their own state moratoriums. This is simply about the federal authority. It has nothing to do with the state authority, which is an entirely different question. The District of Columbia, and they include some big states, California, Illinois, New York, New Jersey, Connecticut. So it doesn't affect people in those states. Now, you asked about a stay. I just talked to somebody at Justice. They say that they're considering their next steps. That would be something that they could do, is to seek to have this judge's order stay to stop its legal effect while they consider an appeal. If I had to strictly guess, I would guess that that's something that they would probably do, given all the equities that you just talked about, how many people this affects.
Was this simply a ruling on the CDC's authority? Yeah, and so meaning, okay, if this was an executive order by the president or a law passed by Congress, this would be another story.
Well, the law passed by Congress, that clearly is the legal authority. And the judge said that was a 120-day initial thing right at the beginning of the CARES Act. And the judge said, no question about that. The problem here, he said, is that after the congressional authority lapsed, CDC tried to do this on its own and, in fact, broaden it out. And the judge said they just don't have authority under the law to do that.
Well, let's see if this, perhaps the Senate and the House would have to act fast. That's asking a lot of them, but you never know. P. Williams on the force. P. Thanks very much. Up next, a big reopening announcement and a big move for Pfizer to get more young folks vaccinated.
We look up to our heroes, idolizing them, mimicking their every move. And if she counts on the advanced hydration of Pedialyte when it matters most, so do we. Hydrate like our heroes.
Meet the Ninja Foodie Air Fry Oven. Make family-sized meals fast. And because it's a Ninja Foodie, it can do things no other oven can, like flip away. The Ninja Foodie Air Fry Oven, the oven that crisps and flips away.
The landscape has changed, and not for the last time. The rules of business are being reinvented with a more flexible workforce, by embracing innovation, by looking not only at current opportunities, but ahead to future ones. Resilience is the ability to pivot again and again for whatever happens next.
People who know BDO. Let's see, the great American outdoors are closer than you think. Pick up at over 10,000 local steel dealers. Real steel. Find yours.
My black psoriasis, itching, burning.
Stinging. My skin is no longer mine.
My psoriatic arthritis made my joints stiff. Cold, painful. Emerge Tremfya. With Tremfya, adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can recover clearer skin and improve symptoms at 16 weeks. Tremfya is the only kind also approved for adults with active psoriatic arthritis.
Serious allergic reactions may occur. Tremfya may increase your risk of infections and lower your ability to fight. Tell your doctor if you have more symptoms or if you have a vaccine or plan to.
Tremfya. Emerge Tremfya. Janssen can help you explore cost support options.
A stair lift gives you or a family member the ability to safely get up and down your stairs from just the press of a button. Easily installed and limited to maintain the value of your home. All performed by our experienced and licensed trained professionals. If you're having a difficult time transporting your scooter or power chair, you must be able to use the freedom to be mobile anywhere you want to go. Call today for a free evaluation.
Whatever happens, we're here to protect you. Thank you.
No room for feeling your dreams and policy from American Family Insurance. Insure carefully. Welcome back here on the coronavirus facts you need to know today. Canada just approved the use of the Pfizer vaccine for children aged 12 to 15. The FDA here in this country is expected to grant that same authorization here as early as next week, or maybe even sooner. Pfizer, by the way, now says it plans to request emergency authorization on kids under 12 beginning in September, and then for children under 2 beginning in November. Yes, as the pace of vaccinations in this country continues to decline. Yesterday, the U.S. administered under 1 million shots. That is the lowest one-day total since February. The White House is now shifting the distribution of vaccines to focus on places of higher demand and setting the goal of vaccinating adults with at least one shot by the 4th of July. And in a hugely symbolic step towards normalcy, your February Cuomo announced today that Broadway shows will reopen with fully packed houses beginning on September 14th. Cuomo says tickets will go on sale starting tomorrow. Broadway has been closed for more than a year due to the pandemic. Up next, the machinations on Capitol Hill to kick Liz Cheney out of leadership and how all of that is playing the state federal life.
With thyroid eye disease, I was always wearing sunglasses to hide my bulging eye. I was but then my doctor had a prescription medicine for thyroid eye disease, and I didn't have to hide so much. In a clinical study, more than 8 out of 10 patients taking Tepezza and less alcohol, and nearly 7 out of 10 saw
Hey, Mark, this is Nick, your firstborn. I am your firstborn, ain't I? I know you're not sure. It's okay. Oh, I thought I hadn't talked to you for a couple of weeks. I thought I'd say hello. Everything's fine. Got a couple of chairs. I got a couple of days off from school, so I thought I'd try to call you in the morning. Of course, you didn't answer, so but I tried. Anyways, yeah, just maybe gonna check in. No problems here, no crisis going to waste. Everything's all right. Hope you're okay. I guess things are going all right with you. What you doing there? Oh, maybe that's you. Is that you, Colin? Let's see. Oh, yep, that's you on the other line. Okay. Hello? Hi. Yeah, I'll leave you. Just leaving you a message. Yeah. Nothing. I hadn't talked to you for a week. I thought I'd check in. Just say hi. Just that. I don't want to call you too much. I don't want you to think there's a good crisis going to waste. I don't want to bug you too much. I was telling you in a message I sent I have a couple of days out of school. And I got that one last real final class. I thought I was on my last class. I got a couple of chairs. I didn't know getting the chair was so tough. Yeah, recliner, I mean, I've gotten so used to, working on a laptop all day. I can't sit in an office chair. So, well, I mean, it could, but it's not comfortable. I don't know if you're aware, but I don't know. The Lazy Boy is the one. Did you know Lazy Boy has a patent on if you're stationary, anybody can make a recliner. But I haven't confirmed this, but the guy at Slumberland was trying to tell me that no other chair company can. In other words, I don't know if you ever noticed you sit in a recliner. It's kind of upright, unless you pull the lever. Well, apparently in the part, it's, I tried to explain this. So a recline 6 inches while you're not having all your feet up, but sitting in the recliner, but being able to put it back 6 inches. Apparently, that's a patent. Yeah, I mean, because I couldn't know that chair does it because I couldn't find. Well, anyways, I got a pretty good chair, but I didn't realize how used to. Because I don't like working with my feet up, but I like the comfort of a recliner. And I got used to it being able to put my back, lean back a little bit. And I went and bought a recliner thinking, hey, this recliner is an $800 recliner. It's going to do the same thing that. And apparently that's lazy. I can't even hardly believe the guy, but why would he lie to me? So, but to me, that's like saying, hey, anybody can make but that's like saying, hey, you can't make a hammer with a claw because I mean, why in the world could another chair company? They can make a chair, they just can't have it tilt back 6 inches in the seated position. Well, it's comfort, man, and for me, it's a digestive thing because it gives me, if I can sit back, I can work on my laptop all day. But I feel like I'm all crunched up, all hot. It's not comfortable, and it's not comfortable to be laying back in a chair either. So that's why I got so comfortable being able to comfortably sit in a recliner and then not have your feet back like you're some lazy guy all day, but you're working on your laptop, so you're comfortable but you're able to put it back 6 inches so your back doesn't hurt. It's strange. So, anyways, yeah, it's crazy. Well, actually, I actually finally had to go. The budget was about 500, and so I did get one. We got two of them. Well, one for Tom. He got a power one. He's at the point now where he couldn't even close the thing with his feet. Yeah. I mean, well, he's 80, and now, oh, yeah, darn near close. And then, so I got a manual because I'm thinking, I'm a thinker. I'm thinking ahead. I'm thinking, hey, if the power goes out, I want to still be able to use my chair. No, the problem is, Dad. The thing for me though is, I've gotten used to being able to kind of adjust. I don't know. I'm spending a lot of time reclined. I don't like that. But it's a 6 month wait right now on a lazy boy. I've been on a lazy boy for 25 years. Yeah. Oh, it's the best. It is, and now I know why, because they patented that's amazing, the difference that will make with a chair. I can't believe it, Dad. Which one? The Japanese? Oh yeah, I'm sure you could find a really good office one for yeah that. Uh, yeah. But the thing is, Dad, is it's like it's because of it's a 6 to 8 month wait to get. Okay, look, I can deal with upright. I can get over the slider thing, maybe, but I have to have a slider glider. I have to, and you can't. They don't have a lot of options, so basically that's. I mean, I don't know. It's either this for the money, for the budget. I got this chair. The only other thing I could do, I mean, if I could order 3 chairs settled, I wouldn't even have to talk. But if you're trying to pick out one chair, I'm tempted to. I mean, a lot can happen in 8 months, Cat. I mean, they might. I mean, waiting 8 months for a chair. Well, or Hansen's disease. Apparently, I got rid of that. So I just can't. But haven't you bought a recliner? Have you ever had a recliner where it tilts back, or is it always locked in? I'm about ready to break this thing and tilt it back to 6 inches and get some screws and some boards. But I mean, do you understand what I'm saying though? The tilt back. Why don't I thought they all did that? No, this I know. I guess. Well, no, they go back with the lever. I'm talking about not using the lever. You're in the seated position, and you can just push the back. It adjusts from there. Apparently, that is the patent. So I don't understand. Well, no, but it's because I had that surgery, Dad. So what I'm noticing now is when I drink my coffee in the morning, because I'm just that 6 inches of being able to I'm having to drink which is maybe better because I get more exercise. But I can't drink my coffee because it doesn't digest. It doesn't go down. Well, no, but if I could put my chair back, I'm about ready to go. The other chair's broken. I mean, it works. It just doesn't. The lever, all the lazy boys in the place, they always break. But I'm tempted to return this, order the lazy boy, and use the old one for 8 months. But I'm afraid I might not ever get a chair.
don't say much on it.
Oh well, yeah, you maybe that's a good thing. You didn't. I was pretty riled up there a couple months ago. I haven't said anything. Well, been pretty quiet for a few months because things have settled down. So I don't. I mean, I don't want to talk if I don't have to.
Hey, like 10 seconds, I'll be right.
So yeah. No, see the problem with the YouTubes is well, and the other bizarre thing about that is all of a sudden I couldn't respond. People were responding to me, and I wasn't able to. And all of a sudden, another miracle. I could. I don't know if somebody thought they thought maybe I was going to say some crazy stuff, so they didn't. They turned the feature on. But no, I made a bunch of videos, and they were first they were uploading, and then it's a lot of work, and it's too much work. I mean, like they don't pay me to do it. I don't even, and so I basically, I don't know, I felt, I don't even want to talk about it. I'm basically right now, I'm trying to get rid of these cameras, but I turned the cameras off and that somebody called, they got nervous and they called the cops to do a welfare check on me. They were worried because somebody was worried because I turned my cameras off. Hell no! How did who know? Oh wow! Thank God they didn't get. He called me the next, or they left a message that night, and I didn't get it. I got it. I called him the next day, and he's like, "Yeah, just got a call to check on you." And I said, "Yeah, I'm fine, man." He goes, "Oh, okay. Well, call me if you need me." I'm like, "Thanks for not knocking my door down." Well, no, but just I think just no, just I mean, there's no question about what I'm doing. Nobody can say I'm doing anything weird or doing anything that I'm not doing. I think I'm gonna try. Well, like I said, is that people? I don't know. I guess maybe some of the stuff I probably some of the stuff I said, and the people were like, "Hey, is the guy okay?" But then I don't know. It's like if I turn it off, they get all funny, huh? Well, I don't know. So yeah, I mean, for now, like I said, I tried to turn them off. I think just for now, until that paperwork expires, until that expires, hello? Yeah, so anyways, yeah, you know what I'm noticing though? I only got so much energy. It takes energy to talk. It takes energy to do everything there. I gotta stop wasting it. I'm trying. Yeah. Anyways, I don't want to talk. And so I don't want to talk about stuff that's gonna make people more. I've already got people convinced that I'm strange enough. I don't want them to. I don't want anybody to be nervous or think that. I want everybody to be all right. And so I just I don't what if that means not. I don't know. Poor mom and Tom. I don't know what they. Tom's brother had to go. I don't know to the hospital. I guess he's 78. He was out at the Canterbury, and apparently he started to stumble or something. And so one of the pit bosses called said, "Hey, you gotta go to the hospital." So I don't think so. I don't think he does that. I mean, I doubt it. Maybe I don't know. I hope not. When? When? Well, no, it's just they're getting. We're at that. We're at that point now where it's. I really think the roles. They just can't do what they used to do. They're old, and so they can't. No, it's okay. You can. You know. I just I think I just need to become more of the. I need to become more of a supporter of them now, and realize that they're getting more emotional and they get less. I don't know. I guess that's what happens when you get old. Yeah. Well, I don't feel like I got problems. I got money problems, but I don't have. Well, no. Oh God, am I trying to? Oh, I don't know what to do, Dad. You told me I got to keep moving around or something. That don't, but I got to lay down once. I got to sleep sometime. I mean, 2 hours a day. Oh gosh, don't joke about that, Dad. Yeah, really? They say he likes his Adderall. Yeah, yeah, I'm great. I'm fine. I just the same old kind of song and dance. But hey, what can you do? You can complain. You can complain about it. You can do what you can do each day, and then let God be God. And whatever's going to happen, it don't do any sense to be negative or whine or get frustrated because that don't help. And like you say, I can take your advice once when there's an opportunity for a better job or something a volunteer opportunity to meet someone, then I guess I do it. You can't force anything. I've learned that. You did? Oh, oh yeah.
I didn't really do anything. So I went in and I need a lot of work. But I started yesterday with deep cleaning, and they fixed the that little chip tooth I had in the front, and then they did a crown and a couple of fillings, and that's really all they could do in one day. So I got to go back in about 2, 3 weeks.
How long were you there?
Huh?
How long were you there?
2 hours with my mouth open.
What city was that?
Escondildo.
Oh. So was it a male doctor?
No, a female. A
Yeah.
female assistant.
Oh wow.
They're really good. I was happy with them.
Yeah.
Nothing hurt when they were doing shit. Of course, they shot me up a little bit, but
Are you paying cash?
no, I got insurance now, and I have to pay what the insurance doesn't pay, but before like for instance, I thought I had insurance with Medicare, but all I had was X-rays and an office visit. I didn't know that. So I went in and I got free X-rays and an office visit, but then they gave me an estimate of all my work, and just for one instance, a deep cleaning for all your teeth costs $500.
Oh yeah.
Without insurance, basically. So then I called this agent I have that helps me on Medicare and stuff, and she got me a new policy with Anthem, and it cost me 180 for all the deep clean.
Yeah.
So that's a big difference. So it's affordable,
Yeah.
So I'm getting all my teeth fixed up. So when I come back, I have $1 million smile for you.
When are you good? What do you think of my text message?
Pardon?
What do you think of my text message I sent you?
I didn't read it yet.
You didn't.
I saw that you called, but
you didn't read my text message?
no, I didn't know there was one.
That was 2 weeks ago.
Oh
Yeah,
I don't remember it.
when are you coming back here?
Oh, well, I still haven't started. Probably September.
What you ought to do is come spend the night here.
Oh, yeah, I remember now. You want to fix up all your house.
Well, no, I want you to really, really look it over and go and look at the paperwork and look at what the mayor wants. They're taxing me at $250,000, and I'm saying, yeah, okay. And I'm saying to you as a contractor, why don't you go through here and we'll look at the market. And what I'd like to do is you tell me the best thing to do. If we could ever make even $5,000.
Well, real estate prices have zoomed upward tremendously no matter where you live. I mean, you can't even get a cheap house around me, San Diego, anywhere for $550,000. That's just a little dinky house.
I know.
And I know they just say over and over that there's not enough housing now, and lumber costs so much. The permits, at least out here, are terribly expensive, and they take forever to get. So you should be able to I would think you should be able to sell that thing for
Dad, I want
250, 300,000.
I want you to come here and spend a few hours really, really looking at it. And let me talk, because there's more we didn't talk about the floor and all. I really think you'd have to.
What do you want?
Like 70, 65,000.
It'd be worth it. Put 10, 15,000 into it. When time dies, you want to sell it.
I want you to give me a real good idea of what to do, though.
Yeah.
You can't do that in an hour.
I'll lend you the money to fix it at 50% interest.
55%. I'll do 5.
Okay, I'll look at it when I come back.
No, but I mean seriously, because I honestly, I feel like the way it's at, you practically might as well just tear it right down to the studs.
Yeah, some parts probably, yeah.
And just
you got mold.
Not much. I don't know what I went in there and looked there. It's not wet. I don't see anything black. It's all dry.
Hey,
what?
They're saying Jimmy Hoffa is buried in Georgia or someplace like Georgia.
Is that? I heard the devil.
Georgia.
I heard the devil went down to Georgia, but I didn't know Hoffa was down there.
Well, he's part of the devil.
Yeah.
He wasn't all that bad.
What about it?
Anyway, they got a tip that he was buried down in Georgia.
Oh,
But they'll never find him.
oh, oh.
Yeah, it's just folklore. So,
Yeah, I got a world renowned chair.
good. You like it?
I really like. I thought, man, because she gave me a good deal. She was really helpful. But then I got it home and I didn't realize it didn't go back. It didn't recline in the seated position. I can't believe it, Dad.
That's a lazy boy.
No, it's a. I'll tell you, it's a Jackson Daily catnapper. It's not a kidnapper. It's a catnapper. Well, no, but legend has it that old Stonewall Whiskey Jackson, he's from Tennessee, and you know that guy. Yeah. So it's his chair company down there, but it's a really nice chair for $500.
Well, it just doesn't.
In the seated position, you got to be up at a 90 degree, 90 degrees all the time. It's hard to work on a laptop for me. I'll have to Kindle. She's like, well, at least maybe it'll fix your posture. Maybe you'll sit right. And I'm like, well, no, because I'm like, my coffee's giving me my. I want to be. In other words, Dad, I want to have my feet on the ground and be able to have the chair go back a little bit, like I've been doing for 20 years. Yeah, I don't think you can though.
I don't know.
It's too nice. I got too good of a deal to get rid of it. I'm not. I mean, it came in the box. It was perfect. It's in perfect condition.
Yeah.
I'm tempted to order. You need like I don't know, 25% down to order it.
Well, what are you gonna do?
I don't know. Drink my coffee standing up, lose some weight. I guess.
Yeah, that's always a good idea.
Try to. Spend. Yeah, too much. Spend more time in the recline position. It's comfy, but it's just I don't know, like laying back. I feel like I'm in bed. I don't want to feel like that.
Right.
I mean, it's nice for a couple hours in the at once, here and there, but
Right.
it's not like I don't feel like it's the ideal work position.
How can you get your computer in the right position if you're leaning back that far?
Well, I mean, it's fine. It's just like I said, after an hour or two of being, I'm not used to it. I don't like it. I don't like sitting up like that.
Well, change it then.
I don't know what to do. It's tough. You can't even. It's 8 months to get it.
Hang on. Hey, puppy. What's up? Yeah. What do you want? Hey. Okay. I'll wait in a little bit. Not too long. Okay, I'm back.
You gotta go. What is that? One of your workers?
That's Paul.
Oh.
My other son.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
My roommate.
Yeah.
Okie dokie. I gotta go to Staples.
You're gonna put some staples in what?
No, I gotta go to Staples. Yeah, Staples in Minnesota.
Yeah, we call that the emergency room.
I gotta scan the pages of total loss items in our fire.
Mm-hmm.
To the insurance company. I got it already today, so I gotta go there. Send them on away.
Okay.
So I can get paid.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, September, huh? Not till September. You ought to come back before that.
Well, right now, that's I'll see how it goes. I don't want it to be too hot. Humid. The last time I went back in September, so that being humid and stand it up. I don't know. So I will see. I'll know in another month probably what's going on.
Yeah, I mean, you could give me an honest idea of what I don't honestly. My gut instinct is that they got the tax rate. They always inflate that. But I'm just I don't
Well,
know.
actually, the tax value is usually less than the real
Really?
value.
Well, the other thing I get worried about, Dan, is this is from 1987, and I think that there's such a small town. I think eventually what they're going to do is they're going to do away with the public golf course like everybody else, and they're going to develop that so they can get more tax money, and they're gonna do eminent domain here because these are so old, and they're going to give everybody like $50,000 and say take a hike. Huh? I think so. Or whatever, whatever they call it. When the city wants to come in and do something, they can do it. I don't know. No, I know, but it's a golf course. They can make more money if they develop that into some town. They'll probably, if they're gonna do that, they'll probably clean these out. So they may well. Yeah, I don't know. Well, I don't know. Okay. No, I don't. No, I just no, I just don't want to waste the time and the money if I'm gonna break even or not make a few thousand.
Those places are worth.
Well, I don't know. One just sold for 187, I think,
How long ago?
a couple months ago.
All right.
Yeah, I'd say.
People are buying houses for their listing it, whatever, and they have so many offers on them that they have to bid like 50,000 over the asking price. People are doing it.
Yeah.
Right. All selling houses pretty good right now, and God, you can't believe you can't find a house for people. Basically, it gets listed one day, and then he calls on it, and they got 20 offers.
Yeah.
You better bid at least 50,000 over asking
Yeah.
to have a chance. Yeah, but no way, your house is gonna be worth something, and if you only owe 70 on it, what is even if you sold at 180?
That would be in the most mint condition.
My son.
That would be in mint condition, and I think it would cost. It would probably cost at least 30,000 to fix it.
Yeah, no, even if you put that much into it, you're looking at 80,000 profit.
I don't think so. No, I don't believe. I don't believe that. I just don't believe that.
That's 86,000 profit.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Why?
Because you gotta fix the water problem too,
I know.
or at least create some sort of drain tile.
You can make money.
Well, I get nervous that Mama's gotten real funny. I know part of it she just wants peace, but Tom is aging. People are starting to die, and people are getting old, and I just want to, I don't want to obsess or think about it, but I want to be prepared to live on and what I'm going to do.
Yeah, well, she's been dying for
No, she's up there now.
I'm older.
You're a lot healthier. She's been smoking those damn cigarettes. She can't. I don't think she can hardly get up and down the stairs. You gotta make sure. Make.
Softball player. Like you said, she did all that work
Yeah.
on that cedar redwood.
Yeah. Yeah.
But anyway, give me a call in a couple days and I'll talk some more. I gotta get over there before I gotta deal with this one guy because he went to the wrong place last time. He's gonna do it for free a second time. So I gotta get over there while he's working.
Yeah.
So, all right, I'm glad everything's going pretty good for you then, and I'll talk to you soon.
All right.
All right, bye.
What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? Oh.
who died more than Lois? No, seriously, what's the rationale? Tell me what benefit flows from it. I'm not going to deprive these executives their second or third home. Travel privately by jet. That's not going to affect their standard of living at all. Not a little tiny bit. But I can affect the standard of living of people I grew up with. If they have a job, I can expect them, I can make sure the standard of living of people like they have child care, can afford it. 20 million women can be back in the workforce. This is just not, makes no sense to me. But I'm going to have to be able to explain this. I'm going to keep banging at it. I think I'm not being solicitous, but I'm not trying to ruin your reputation. I think most people understand what I'm saying. Whether you agree with me or not, I think you understand what I'm saying. It's fair to say this is about making the average multimillionaire pay just a fair share. It's not going to affect their standard of living. Thank you all very much. Good afternoon, everyone. I think the Republicans are.
It's really when it comes to issues, sexual assault is sexual harassment, and conflicts of interest.
So I can't imagine Facebook has friends on either side. Why not both parties get together and shut them down? They're cancer.
Yeah, I mean, this decision by the oversight board really shows how Facebook has essentially shot itself in the foot. And you have a decision, as you said, which keeps Donald Trump off the platform for now, but it forces Facebook to go back and justify why this indefinite suspension is called for, and it's not arbitrary. If Facebook had acted more definitively, it wouldn't be in this position. Jonathan is exactly right that Facebook has given a platform to not just Donald Trump and for his messaging, his falsehoods, but also, just all kinds of misinformation. It's given a gathering place for people like Proud Boys, and it really was slow to act to try to address that. And finally, they took some action to do it, but it was after lawmakers, my editorial board, and a lot of other people have been urging it to do more for such a long time. So the fact that now this is appearing arbitrary before this board is Facebook's own doing, and certainly lawmakers on both sides of the aisle have had Facebook in its sights for a long time. Some of them for political reasons, trying to please Donald Trump, but others to say, look, as somebody who was in a position to do more to stop misinformation, to stop election interference through misinformation, you dropped the ball and you never really fully picked it up. And so I would expect more to come from Congress. Of course, right now Congress is evenly divided, and even if they agree on something, it's sometimes hard to get it done. But it's certainly something that's going to be getting their attention.
I mean, Jonathan, this was I think the last post, and this was the one that justified the suspension. Trump, as the mutilation of law enforcement officials by American flagpoles was happening, Trump put this statement out: "We love you," to the insurrectionists. "You're very special," to the insurrectionists. In the next post, he said, "Great patriots, and remember this day forever." Then Facebook said that violated their rules, prohibiting praise or support of people engaged in violence. Given the seriousness of the violations and the ongoing risk of violence, Facebook was justified in suspending Trump's accounts on January 6th. So they want to take the comments that Trump made the day that the violence was happening, while Trump supporters waving Trump flags were mutilating cops at the moment. But what does Facebook say about all the statements that brought them there that day? Because every single day, and YouTube reported on them, we covered them here, there were emails going out, posts going up on Facebook from Donald Trump and the groups that organized the Trump rally at the event on Facebook. They summoned the crowd, as Liz Cheney said in her passionate speech. And the summoning of the crowd took place, among other places, on Facebook.
Right. I mean, throughout Donald Trump's emergence as a political figure, a lot of his social media posts, including on Facebook, seem to really be treading on dangerous ground, seem to suggest using really inflammatory rhetoric, even incite violence long before January 6th, but certainly as he perpetuated the baseless claims of election fraud from November on, and as he geared towards decertification of electoral college votes on January 6th, this sort of defining moment in the fight against Joe Biden's election. Yes, there was a lot of talk across social media platforms, in particular Facebook, about this group, about including organizations, I use that term loosely, like the Proud Boys gathering there, who were clearly up to no good. And the post that got him finally suspended, was just one of many. And frankly, even that, he had to be convinced to put anything on there. White House aides who saw the situation at the Capitol, who had Vice President Mike Pence desperately calling for help to get the president to call off these troops. Kevin McCarthy, a similar message, to have these rioters, these Trump supporters, to back off. He had to be cajoled into even that, and his messaging was as much guided, as much directed as how much he loved the supporters and asked them to stop their violent acts. And certainly, there doesn't appear to be any sense that he has changed his messaging whatsoever in perpetuating the fraud. And frankly, he's defining American politics in 2021. It could be beyond.
Well, and Kim, Jonathan is so right. I mean, the big lie is defining American politics to the point where one of the most conservative members in the House cannot hang on to her leadership position because she refuses to be part of the lie.
So that lie is so toxic. It also undergirds a terror threat of domestic violent extremism from people who adhere to an ideology rooted in the big lie. Has Facebook shown any remorse? What is Facebook's storytelling around their culpability in spreading a lie that its job instead is redefining our politics? Maybe they don't think that's their problem or their fault. But obviously Republicans are going after them, but it also represents the ideology, the belief system that threatens the homeland in the most serious way.
That's a very good question, Nicole. I haven't seen a really satisfactory answer from Facebook about that. They want to essentially have their profit and eat it too. The more people that they reach, the less involved they are in censoring speech, the more of a moneymaker it has been for them. And they, as a result, have been very, very slow to make any of these adjustments. They're more interested in buying up their competitors or people who think companies they think are competitors like Instagram and trying to become a monopoly. It's a real big problem. And as for this lie that Republicans tell, it doesn't just undergird this national security threat, it undergirds this real attack on voting rights that we're seeing happening from coast to coast. That's one of the main reasons that Republicans have embraced it so strongly. That is very important to them to keep other people from voting. It is just, when you add up all of the problems when it comes to democracy that this is all causing, and Facebook is right in the middle of it. Just as a citizen, we're seeing other companies stand up and be corporate citizens and engage in corporate activism to oppose things like these voting laws. Facebook is really dropping the ball, and it is really out of step with where the country is going.
I just think when you come back in 100 years and look at this era, well, how did all the people see the big lie? How did all the people believe in the big lie? Of course, there's Fox News. We talk about them all the time. We should talk about Facebook just as frequently. We will start here. Jonathan Rivera, Kim Atkins, thank you so much for being part of this conversation. Up next, the former GOP congressional candidate in Texas who got an inside look, experienced firsthand the truth about today's Republican Party. He walked away gravely concerned about what he saw. So share that with us.
Every customer has their own safe life story. This couple was on a camping trip when their windshield got chipped. They drove to Safe Life for a same-day repair. And with their insurance, it was no cost to them. That's service you can trust. People everywhere living with type 2 diabetes are waking up to what's possible with Rybelsus. Rybelsus works differently than any other diabetes pill to lower blood sugar in all three of these ways. It increases it, decreases sugar, and slows. The majority of people taking Rybelsus lower their blood sugar, reaching an A1C of less than 7. People taking Rybelsus lost up to 8 pounds. Rybelsus isn't for people with type 1 diabetes or diabetic ketoacidosis. Don't take Rybelsus if you or your family ever had medullary thyroid cancer or have multiple endocrine neoplasia syndrome type 2 or if allergic to it. Stop Rybelsus and get medical help right away if you get a lump or swelling in your neck, a severe stomach pain, or an allergic reaction. Serious side effects may include pancreatitis. Tell your provider about vision problems or changes. Taking Rybelsus along with urea or insulin increases low blood sugar risk. Side effects like nausea, vomiting, and diarrhea may lead to dehydration, which may worsen kidney problems. Wake up to what's possible with Rybelsus. You can pay as little as $10 per prescription. Ask your healthcare provider about Rybelsus today. Did you know you can go to libertymutual.com to customize your car insurance so you only pay for what you need?
Really? I just okay, I'm on my
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
What if you could get prescribed birth control on your spectrum? Neurex simplifies the system. With unlimited access to your medical team, no hassle or waiting at pharmacies, and birth control delivered every month to your door for one affordable price, with or without insurance, and less interruptions to your daily life. Get birth control on your own terms. Go to Neurex.com to get started.
How do you go from this to this with zero work? Easy. Introducing Tavala. We deliver real, fresh ingredients. You do a few seconds of prep, then the Tavala Smart Oven steams, bakes, and boils everything to perfection. No groceries, no dishes, no hard stuff. So when you hear this, you know dinner just cooked itself. Get started at Tavala.com.
I could hear the thunder. I knew that we were getting a storm, but just suddenly the hail started coming down. Literally sounds like rocks are hitting the side of your house. When I talked to Hippo, my first call, I felt immediately like they cared about my home, like they cared about their own home. They were really concerned about every detail, down to did my grill have a dent? I had a lot of questions about how the process would go. They spoke my language. They didn't talk a bunch of insurance fee. Once I talked to Hippo, I felt a lot better. They made me feel that they were on top of it.
A Republican candidate in the congressional special election in Texas, Michael Wood, ran chiefly on an anti-Trump platform, gaining national attention for his candor in denouncing the ex-president. Take this tweet, quote, "I'd rather fight for my country and the Constitution on a shoestring budget than kiss that man's ring at Mar-a-Lago." It was a big, bold bet that Wood made to give voice to all those voters who no longer recognize their former party for what Donald Trump and his cronies have done to it over the last 4 years. Wood told Politico in an interview, quote, "I thought that if somebody stood up and spoke plainly and spoke some hard truth, they'd be able to gain power." But when the results came in this past week, Wood only managed 3% of the vote. An outcome he says raises grave concerns about the state of the GOP. Michael Wood, former House GOP candidate for Texas 6, joins us. Now, your loss and your reaction to it is the sort of
Yeah, it's I think that there should be a line block standing up to defend her. This is probably the bravest woman in the Western Hemisphere, but as I said before, she's a modern day Margaret Thatcher, an Iron Lady, and she's being stabbed in the back. She's being stabbed in the back, not over policy differences. She's being stabbed in the back because she won't lie, and it's horrible what's happening. And I don't know if I want to be in a party that doesn't want somebody in it who's speaking the truth.
Did you vote for Donald Trump in November?
I did.
He told more than 35,000 lies based on the Washington Post lie counter. Why did you vote for him?
Well, I think I was in a difficult spot that a whole lot of conservatives were, and in retrospect, I wonder if I wasn't too myopic and too sort of small-minded and focusing on judges or tax cuts or Israel, and maybe I should have taken a step backwards and taken more seriously what other people were saying about him, about the would-be autocrat and whatnot. I will say that after I voted for him, he immediately did everything he could to make me regret it leading up to January 6th, and including the big lie.
Well, I guess my only pushback is the big lie started well before Election Day, so I know he voted early, but there was plenty of time to see where this was heading. He told his voters in North Carolina to vote not once but twice. He's the only person that actually tried to commit systematic voter fraud of a criminal nature. He had some bizarre turns at the podium in a debate that any Republican would have been troubled by. I say that as someone who used to vote for Republicans, and then he let hundreds of thousands of people die from COVID. And I guess what I'm trying to get at is, were you the best example for the voters in your district of a pure sort of protest person to Donald Trump if you voted for him yourself just a few months ago?
I don't know, but nobody else is standing up, so I ran.
So what's the mission now? Because I also think that most people would never come to the realization that Trump is a danger to our democracy. What's the mission now, and how do you summon more allies to the cause?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I'm gonna take a few days and a few weeks to figure out what the next steps are. I don't know if people like us just need to step away from politics and just not run for anything, maybe not vote for anybody for a few years until this work passes, or if it's the patriotic duty to try to set up organizations that can push back. There are plenty of problems with the Republican Party right now. I think there are also problems with the Democratic Party. Trust me, it would be much easier, if I could just join that party. I feel like I can. So I don't know. I do think that this isn't going to be solved with podcasts or op-eds. I do think that those of us who think like I do, and I guess people like Liz Cheney and Adam Kinzinger, I do think there's going to have to be some serious organizing, creating factions, not just within Congress, but also throughout the country to sort of make it so that it's not just sort of the nut jobs and the primaries that are the only pain point for politicians.
One of the, I think, ways that we got here is too many decent Republicans went along with anti-democratic conduct. And it turns out that it wasn't just Donald Trump that felt that way. It was Kevin McCarthy and Mitch McConnell, and everyone could do nothing when Trump lied about the results of the election and turned this country into an international joke. For the first time in our history, we did not showcase a peaceful transfer of power. The ex-president to this day has not conceded his loss to Joe Biden. How can you say both parties have problems? It seems like one, they have policies that you don't love, but they still believe in the democracy. The other is, in your words, moving toward autocratic practices.
Yeah, I mean that's the question, whether or not. I mean, I completely understand what you're saying, and I mean, for instance, I'm very concerned about the $6 trillion in spending that Joe Biden is proposing. I think a lot of that will be wasted, conservative, et cetera, et cetera. But it is, how do you sort of measure that up against insurrection and undermining the Constitution? It's something that I'm still trying to figure out. I will say that I'm also pro-life. I think, abortion is an issue that's very important to me. And yeah, I mean, that's also, in my opinion, a life and death issue. And it'd be a lot easier if there were like a stronger, bigger pro-life Joe Manchin type wing in the Democratic Party, but there's not. I don't have all the answers, but I am very concerned, and I tried to do what I could in my humble manner here in Texas.
Texas is obviously home to my old boss, George W. Bush. He recently came out and said that he's troubled, and he spoke with some of the same pain I hear in your voice, that his old party, or his party, has turned to protectionism, isolationism, and I wonder what you make of Liz Cheney, who's obviously been known to the country since her father was the country's vice president. She has a career of her own now for the better part of 2 decades. Mitt Romney was booed and then just barely dodged a censure vote in his state, the party's 2012 standard bearer. And Cindy McCain made an appearance where she, talking about this illegal sort of extrajudicial, bizarro sort of 4th or 5th recount of Maricopa County votes. I mean, I understand this feeling of political homelessness, but do you think the party has left you, or do you think it could be salvaged?
I really don't know. I mean, I had moments of, very much optimism on the campaign trail where it felt like, more people than I was expecting were responding to my message. And then we had the results. It was a very chaotic election with jumbled content, 23 candidates. But nonetheless, we did have the results. And I think a lot of that had to do with the message that I had. So I was feeling pretty low. And then this week, what's happening to Liz Cheney makes me feel even lower. I think it's salvageable. Having given up on the party, I don't want us to have to lose for a decade before we sort of get that message. Sort of the way that the Democrats lost throughout the 80s and then sort of pivoted to a DLC centrist, a Clintonian party. I don't want to get there. Yeah, I heard what the former president says, and I agree with him. I think that we are just a party of agreements right now. I don't know what we stand for. We stand for owning the libs. We don't like baseball. We don't like Coke. We don't like NASCAR. We don't like Hollywood. We don't like academia. We don't like anything. We're just a grievance party that hates the good hunk of America and call ourselves patriots. And this is just a dead end. We're not going to win elections that way, and we're not going to sort of put into place the sort of conservative reforms we want that way. And then, at the fringes, the real risk of political violence, which keeps me up at night. We saw that on January 6th, and I hate to say it, but it can get worse than that. And we have a lot of work ahead of us.
It's all very scary. Michael White, I'm sorry for your loss, and I appreciate that you're speaking out and doing some of that with us. Thank you. When we come back, speaking of right-wing extremists infiltrating the U.S. military, what President Joe Biden's Pentagon plans to do about that.
My friend does it again! I see the spirit has won the Kentucky Derby!
Despite the 12-1 odds, there was one NBC analyst who correctly predicted this year's winner. Big board aficionado Steve Cornett. Take a look.
I'll take a shot on Dapper at 12-1, Medina Spirit.
The Kentucky Derby. How did you do it?
Well, I gotta say, there's an old expression, even a broken clock is right twice a day.
Are you managing your diabetes using finger sticks? With the new Freestyle Libre 2 system, a continuous glucose monitor, you can check your glucose with a painless 1-second scan. And now, with optional alarms, you can choose to be notified if you go too high or too low. And for those who qualify, the Freestyle Libre 2 system is now covered by Medicare. Ask your doctor for a prescription. You can do it without finger sticks. Learn more at freestylibre2.us.
This is how you become the best.
Don't get mad, get eager, and take charge of your finances today.
Tonight, I'll be eating the pork fried meat with extra jalapenos. Thanks, baby. Yeah, we about to get spicy for this virtual day. Spicy like the pajama pants. What are we still saying? Hello, Lenny 28. Wait a minute, I know it's Lenny 28. Ooh, Lenny is cute. Can I get spicy, please?
Into the investigation into the Capitol insurrection. And among those arrests, several active service members and dozens of veterans alleged to have taken part in the riot. Now, Defense Department officials are considering new regulations on service members involved in extremist groups. From the Washington Post, quote, Pentagon officials are considering new restrictions on service members' interactions with far-right groups, part of the military's reckoning with extremism. But the measures could trigger legal challenges from critics who say it would violate First Amendment rights. Joining our conversation, Paul Rykoff, president of Righteous Media, host of the Independent Americans podcast, and the founder of Iraq and Afghanistan Veterans of America. Thank you so much for being back on this topic. What is the sweet spot of sort of protecting the active duty troops and not infringing on freedom of association and speech?
We're going to find out, because they've been dragging their feet for too long. And I think the bottom line is they got to put the pedal down here. I mean, insurrectionists took over the Capitol. We know there are folks in the active duty military. We know that reservists were part of the insurrection on January 6th. And we've got a major problem that I think President Biden correctly identified in his recent address to Congress as the #1 national security threat. So it's time to put the pedal down. It's serious here. The Pentagon's been slow. Trump totally avoided it. And then really a number of presidents have let it go on for too long. So there's nothing more serious. There's nothing more urgent. And yeah, we're going to get into some free speech issues, but we also can't have oath keepers, in the Marine Corps. We got to put the pedal down here and finally get serious as a country about this threat.
Can you unwind this for me from people just have, and I think it's in most cases justified. You know, we view the military as in most cases the best of us, the people who walk the walk and don't just talk the talk when it comes to patriotism. How does this happen that some of them are drawn to these militia groups and white supremacist groups?
Well,
the military is still a reflection of our country. You know, the actual proportion of men that were in the insurrection reflects the proportion of veteran men in the population. But the difference is they're more powerful. You know, they're trained in military operations, they're trained in counterintelligence, so the stakes are much higher. But they get converted just like what average Americans do. But we haven't fought hard enough to deter average Americans from going to extremism. We haven't fought it in the military as well. So from the Pentagon all the way down, it's got to be about ensuring they can't become members of this group. It's scanning on social media. It's about being as difficult on them as I was about a drug test when I went through 20 years ago. It seems like they were harder about getting people for smoking weed than they were about being in an extremist group. So it's got to be a full court press. And I really think Biden and the Secretary of Defense are doing the right things. But as a country, we're still taking our eye off the ball. I mean, there are hundreds potentially of these insurrections that are still out in the streets. If they were ISIS, we would have the whole country mobilized around. And for some reason here, we seem to be dragging our feet. The FBI's got to keep the pedal down, and the American public's got to keep the pedal
down. How does this end? The problem of extremists in the military is worse than anyone knows. We don't know the answer. Bad and getting worse. I mean, can you just give me your assessment of the state of this problem right now today?
I think bad, and we hope getting better. We don't know to what extent it's infiltrating the military. We know this is a problem in some of our NATO allies as well. You know, right-wing extremism has been a challenge around the Western world. So we don't really know. But we do know that we haven't done the right things to protect our capital. We haven't done the right things to screen within the military. We haven't held people accountable. You know, these people in Congress, many of them were complicit, many of them have turned a blind eye, many of them just want to forget. But this, in my view, is one of the most catastrophic events of our lifetime from a national security, a political, and even a moral perspective. So this should be the number one issue for everyone in Congress until we can sleep well at night. The guy we just had on did not exactly leave us with any confidence here. And I think it cuts to the core how serious this is, not just in the Republican Party, but in all political leadership.
Well, and then just thinking of that, I mean, this idea that running against Trump after 5 months ago seems to vote for him, and I understand that. I hear it. You know, people have their breaking point wherever it is, but it feels like the risk of extremism sort of being greenlit in a permission structure existing in the military should be a line for someone other than Liz Cheney. I want to ask you to come back because I think I want to hear from you what we can do. What are the messages? What are the messages to push out, and what are the messages to put in? Because this feels like it's flashing, you know, at least bright yellow, maybe starting to flash red. You know more about it than anyone we get to talk to. So like if they come to spot on live TV, please come back.
You got it, Nicole.
Thank you for spending time with us today. Be sure to tune into his Independent Americans podcast because he has one of my favorite humans in Texas, Salvacala. When we come back, we have new developments on the Republican Party toppling its own. The next hour, then the White House starts after a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We are just getting started.
It's our block, our place, our people. Our block is just like yours, full of people shaking. They all deserve care and access to vaccine, no matter their dress, income, or skin color. Not having a ride to get the vaccine can't be the reason you don't get it.
has an interesting outlook on what it's been like to be a solo female van dweller living a nomadic life. I want to see how many of you think you can live van life like Karen. So comment below if you think you can live a nomadic lifestyle. Hey guys, I'm Karen and this is Rocco. We're out here in Sedona, Arizona, and I'm stoked to share you my custom van. I've been living in a van for 2 years now almost. I was working a corporate job in Baltimore full time. I just found myself constantly looking forward to the weekend, constantly looking forward to things. And I kind of got sick of it. I wanted to get up. I met some people at a climbing gym. I saw their vans built out, and I just remember looking in there and I was like, hey, I can do this. The van build was an interesting time in my life. It was stressful, but it was also fun. It was a growth and learning experience. I built it out next to my regular house that I lived in at the time. I had a little driveway, so I did most of the work there. The total cost of the van itself, it was completely empty, nothing within it, was $24,500, and then I put about $15,000 into it. People ask, oh, who built this for you? Did your dad do that, or did your husband or boyfriend build it for you? I'm like, no, I built it. And it feels so good to say that, like, I built it. It's really empowering in the end, honestly. It felt really good. Since starting on the road, I've definitely been exposed to a lot of the stereotypes that our society has. I got a lot of, oh, you're not on your own, like, aren't you afraid to do this on your own? A woman, you know, you shouldn't be traveling alone. You don't really encounter that as much when you're living more of a traditional life. And it's an opportunity to empower yourself, take on challenges. And like I did this, I beat these stereotypes, I beat these people's expectations. It's been a good experience, it really has. I went with a 2017 Ram Pro Master with a 159-inch wheelbase. I went with this van because it had the best bang for the buck. There was one locally available that was lightly used, so I didn't have to pay that markup on a brand new van. We're in the backyard / garage. As you can see, the van is quite filthy because I like to use it. It's clean for about 30 minutes after I go to the car wash twice a year. Probably wondering what this weird thing is. This is a hangboard, so I can train my fingers for climbing. We are in the gear garage now, where I keep all my extra items, all my climbing gear, adventure gear, and there is a lot more storage than you would think back here. It's really great when you're limited with the amount of items you can bring in the van. These nets, amazing purchase, super easy to store items of all different shapes and sizes. So we've got a tire inflator, which is fantastic. I also have a tire repair kit somewhere in here, so I can do it all myself if I've got a nail in my tire. I've got pins, I've got my climbing items and shoes. This is great for when friends come, so they don't have to get cozy in the bed with you. You can set up a tent next to the van or on the roof. Pretty light. It actually fits in here with the front wheel off. That is tucked back there. Didn't think I'd be able to do that, but it just fits. And these are my pride and joy of the gear garage. So my dad helped me build these. He is a cabinet maker, super good with stuff like this where you have to be exact with all the drawers and measurements. Come up pretty far, got some heavy duty drawer slides on here, and I can keep the dog food in this bin, extra stuff, got a floaty in there for the river days, more climbing stuff. These are heavy duty marine latches, so they're awesome. Mom, Dad, and I made this together. They are an inch of polyiso insulation, and my mom is a wizard with fabric and sewing, so she helps cover them by stretching the fabric tight over it. The other side has reflectix on it, so it keeps the sun out, keeps the fan nice and cool, and privacy as well. Great to have this. All right, let's head up onto the party deck. I created a big space up here so I could do yoga on the deck and escape the dust and dirt when necessary. You can fit a whole boatload of people up here, so it's great for sunsets. We've got a 175 watt solar panel here. This is much less than most people have, I feel like, but it keeps me topped off at 100% as long as I'm in a sunny area. Even in the winter, getting dark at 5 o'clock now, it doesn't matter. I'm still 100%. I do not run a lot of power-hungry things like TV or electric heating devices or anything like that. So you may need more solar if that's the case, but this 175 works just fine for me. All right, there's not too much to point out on this side of the rig. These windows I put in after purchasing the van. They didn't come with it. They are specialty CR Lawrence windows down here. I've got the tiniest little hookup ever. All I have is a shore power plug. So if I'm at a campground or, on the side of some random person's house in the neighborhood, just kidding, at a friend's house maybe, I can plug in. All right, let's go on inside and check out the interior. Let's talk about the kitchen. I've got a 2-burner propane cooktop by Ramblewood, and works great for me. I really feel like I can cook outside and enjoy the outdoors with the stovetop position, and it's really easy to prepare out the kitchen when I have something messy. I do wish cooking is so important to me. I do a sort of fold-down extendable countertop here. The only problem is I don't know where I put the heater, so still kind of figuring out how, but something I could add later if I wanted to. I also regretted not putting an oven in, but I found the Omnia stovetop oven, which acts like an oven, and you just simply put it on your stovetop, and it has holes in here to circulate the air so things don't burn. You can make pizzas, rolls, pretty much anything you can make in an oven. Right here you can see I've got a heating element. This is the Olympian wave-free catalytic heater. It runs off propane, and it's not my ideal heater. It does produce some condensation if I turn on high. The good thing is I'm in climates where I rarely need to do that. It's usually set low for a few hours. Ideally, I would have a diesel heater under the passenger seat or somewhere else in the van, which runs off a small diesel tank that you don't have to vent your van with. You can leave it closed, just keeping the heat in more. So that would be my ideal solution in the future. Come on in, let's see the rest of the inside. As we move through the kitchen, we have a hammered nickel bar sink. So I went with a smaller size. I just didn't want to take up too much counter space in a regular size sink. Here we have a countertop with wood veneer from IKEA, and I do wish I had done a solid wood countertop. Maybe that's an upgrade that I can think about. On the edges where I had to cut it, there's just kind of, that veneer stick-on thing that keeps coming off and it's warping a little bit because it's not watertight. So, solid wood for the future. A lot of people ask me about these reusable paper towels or unpaper towels, as they're called. And I got these from Etsy, from an independent shop owner who's a really good sewer and makes all different patterns. They have terry cloth on one side and then a beautiful pattern of regular cotton on the other side. And they're just like a paper towel roll. You unsnap them here. If you have the paper towel roll here better, you could rip them off, but I'm afraid to rip it out of your cabinet. So they're great little squares, and I can use that to wipe up the countertop, dry dishes, and I don't have to constantly be using rolls of paper towels, creating too much more waste than is necessary. I also have a magnetic spice rack here with different common spices I use every day, and you'd be surprised how well these sticks. I've driven down many forest roads, and they've never come off before. These overhead cabinets here I made with my dad. He's a great woodworker, and I couldn't turn down his offer for help with the cabinets and all the drawers here for storage. So this is my main pantry. These struts were a great addition. About a year into my build, I installed them. I didn't have anything as nice before, so the cabinet didn't stay open, and kept hitting my head. So definitely recommend these struts if you're going to do a similar design for your overhead cabinet. And this is what cut out Mary from Mary's Gone Crackers. If anybody knows how delicious those are. They reprinted the box to have a new design, and they stopped putting Mary in the back, so I cut her out so we have a little piece. That's really creepy. But okay. You'll notice that I have a lot of storage in the van, and I don't really need all of it since I downsized quite significantly when I moved out of my house. Especially, when I buy too much food, I kind of flip some of my items in the clothing drawers and hide them around there because I don't have quite enough room here for my appetite. So these are great. My dresser, I can access the top drawers if I'm in bed. I'm sweatshirt actually because it is getting a little cold in here. I do have my microwave, which you don't come across too often in vans. It runs off the batteries, which is awesome. I can't run it for too long or I drain them, but I only need it to reheat coffee for 30 seconds, 1 minute. So it's nice to have, so I don't have to get a pot out and dirty another dish. These are the drawers that hold all my kitchen utensils and my junk drawers. And I use these little push button lock drawer pulls, which have worked out great. I do wish I could use something a little more heavy duty on the bigger drawers. They're a little hard to grip when there's more weight in the drawer, but they still work just fine. Just more training for my climbing fingers. This is my pride and joy of the van. I love food and I love having a big fridge. It's the Ignotherm Drawer 130 fridge freezer combo. I love a bigger fridge. I was a little concerned that it would draw too much power, but I think I'm going to make super efficient refrigerators, and this runs on 12 volt electric. There's no propane or it's strictly electric. And I have no problem with it drawing too much power. If you're in the off grid for a while, you can fill this thing up with anything, and fresh produce is great to keep in there too. You don't have to be constantly making trips to the grocery store. I have a queen size bed back here, and it spans the width of the ProMaster. So I really went with this fan because of that. I'm tall, 5'11", and I can sleep almost perfectly across here. I kind of have to sleep little angled with my head over here and my feet down here. So it works out perfectly, and it's actually a queen mattress with about 6 or 7 inches cut off the end. So it's a little bit shorter, but it works great, and I can put my dog up here with me, so that's fun. The bed is pretty high up. I kind of have to do a little parkour move to get on the bed, but it gives me a lot of storage underneath in the back and down here as well with this dresser drawers. The ceiling is actually quite deceptive. A lot of people are like, oh, cool, like Tony Bruce Cedar Plank. These are actually furring strips from Home Depot, and if you don't know what furring strips are, they are the crappiest one you can buy behind drywall in order to secure it to the wall. So these were like $1 something each, and I was just not ready to pay like $300 to $500 for a solid wood ceiling. Welcome to my workspace. This is where I get most of my work done on my laptop. I've got a nice table and comfy setup here with some cushions and this great window to remind me that this is my office now in the middle of nature usually, or a Walmart parking lot, but usually something like this. It really reminds me that this is my life now, working out here, not having to go into an office every day. This is a router with an AT&T SIM card in it, and I get service through Adventure Wireless. It's $100 a month for unlimited internet, which is really important for me to have as a web developer. I'm dealing with photo and video files all the time, so I have to have a solid connection, which this definitely has it because these antennas are like on steroids. I renamed my network FBI surveillance ban. Actually, people have come up to me and they're like, "Oh, you FBI surveillance ban?" It's kind of funny. I get a kick out of it. Rocco's a little man cave. He keeps my feet warm while I'm working, and he loves going to his little space under there. A lot of people see this dog in the van, and they're like, "Oh, poor dog, stuck in the van all day." This dog lives a charmed life. He's outside most of the time. He's hiking most of the time. He is not stuck in a house anymore for 8 hours a day. So if you see him in the window, he's not a poor dog. It is sometimes hard to stay clean in van life, especially when you've got a dog like this who just sweeps up all the dirt and dust. My van does have a white interior, but I use a high gloss paint, so I can easily wipe down the cabinets and the floor as well. It's super easy to clean. All right, in here underneath my seating area is my electrical box. I got my two battle-born batteries here. They're 100 amp hours each. They're lithium ion phosphate. And I also have a Victron 2000 watt inverter in here just placing in front, and that allows me to plug in my computer to charge, my coffee grinder, anything that's on 110 volt system. I love having this extra seating area here. I put swivels on both of the seats, so over here I can kind of have like a date night dinner table feel, and have seating for two here, maybe play card games or whatever. It just really opens up the van too. When these are turned around, creating more space is key when you're designing your van. When I was working a corporate job, I just remember always being tired and then always looking forward to the weekend or until I got off work. It's in a way, it's kind of living in the future. And that's not a way to live. Like, I want to live in the present. I want to be like, oh, the week's starting. Like, great, what's going on this week? Yeah. I don't want to be dreading it. There's a way out. It doesn't necessarily mean living in a van, you know. There's many other options, but being willing to sacrifice some things to escape that was key. People will often ask about living in the van and, you know, being scary and risky, but I find that not doing these things you love and not getting outside of your comfort zone, I feel like that's more dangerous. That puts you at risk of living a life that you're going to look back on and realize that you didn't do these things you love because you were too afraid. I realized that I put such a high value on comfort and security. I changed that, and I think once you change that and are willing to make those sacrifices, things like this become a lot easier. Personal growth comes in when you take risks, get outside your comfort zone. As cliche as that is, it's so true. I've realized that a lot moving into the van. Thanks for watching this week's video. Make sure to like, share, and subscribe, and I'll see you next week with some really cool video tours. So make sure to tune in. See you then.
Luke chapter 23, verses 1 to 25. King James. Jesus brought before Pilate, and the whole multitude of them arose and led him unto Pilate. And they began to accuse him, saying, We found this fellow perverting the nation and forbidding to give tribute to Caesar, saying that he himself is Christ the King. And Pilate asked him, saying, Art thou the King of the Jews? And he answered him and said, Thou sayest it. Then said Pilate to the chief priests and to the people, I find no fault in this man. And they were the more fierce, saying, He stirreth up the people, teaching throughout all Jewry, beginning from Galilee to this place. Verse 6, Jesus before Herod. When Pilate heard of Galilee, he asked whether the man were Galilean. And as soon as he knew that he belonged unto Herod's jurisdiction, he sent him to Herod, who himself also was at Jerusalem at that time. And when Herod saw Jesus, he was exceeding glad, for he was desirous to see him of a long season, because he had heard many things of him, and he hoped to have seen some miracles done by him. And he questioned with him many words, but he answered him nothing. And the chief priests and scribes stood and vehemently accused him. And Herod, with his men of war arrayed him in a gorgeous robe and sent him again to Pilate. And the same day, Pilate and Herod made friends together, for before they were at enmity between themselves. Verse 13, Jesus sentenced to die. And Pilate, when he had called together the chief priests and the rulers and the people, said unto them, Ye have brought this man unto me as one that perverteth the people, and behold, I, having examined him before you, have found no fault in this man, touching those things whereof ye accuse him. No, nor yet Herod, for I sent you to him, and lo, nothing worthy of death is done of. I will therefore chastise him and release him, for of necessity he must release one unto them at the feast. And they cried out all at once, saying, Away with this man, and release unto us Barabbas, who for a certain sedition made in the city murder, was cast into prison. Pilate, therefore, willing to release Jesus, spake again to them. But they cried, saying, Crucify him, crucify him. And he said unto them the third time, Why, what evil hath he done? I have found no cause of death in him. I will therefore chastise him and let him go. And they were instant with loud voices, requiring that he might be crucified. And the voices of them and of the chief priests prevailed. And Pilate gave sentence that it should be as they required. And he released unto them him that for sedition and murder was cast into prison, whom they had desired, but he delivered Jesus to their will.
I got these blocking brake strips I ripped down on Buddy's table saw. I'm gonna put them around here. What I'm doing now, you want to out there, and they're gonna work each other for cross ventilation. This one's also gonna be able to service the shower head I'm gonna put here and this kitchenette area. What I'm doing now is I got these blocking brake strips I ripped down on Buddy's table saw. I'm gonna put them around here and here on the windows. And what that's going to do is give me something to drill into. So when I put the windows in, I'm going to have a bunch of silicone again, like the truck hat, and then screw right in with self-tapping screws into these steel beams here and these brake strips. So let's see how it goes.
So I realized I didn't do the best job of explaining the point of this blocking here for the windows because the way they're designed, they don't actually screw into the wood here. While the vent fan does, it's designed, the windows have this back bracket and two pieces pinched together, and that's actually how the seal is made and how structurally it stays on the outside of the trailer. The point of the blocking here is to give this flexible outer skin on the trailer so the car can press up against. When the window butts up against it, it has something to push back on to make a good seal on it so it can keep it watertight. That's getting better there, it is.
Hey, beautiful people, I'm Crystal. And we're Valhalla Adventures.
This is our van store. Come check it out.
In 2019, we sold almost everything we owned, packed up what we had left, and hit the road to build our van at my parents' house. What we thought would only take 3 months took us 9 long months and a whole lot of blood, sweat, and tears to build in the damn soggy weather of the Pacific Northwest. With the help of 50 friends, we finally hit the road in August of 2020, and we've been traveling around and hiking ever since. This is our beautiful baby Beatrice, the white whale. She's a 2019 Dodge Ram ProMaster. We got her when she only had 10 miles on her, and she is front wheel drive. And this is our beautiful baby Beatrice, the white whale. She's a 2019 Dodge Ram ProMaster. We got her when she only had 10 miles on her, and she is front wheel drive, and she is one sexy mama. Before we head inside, be sure to subscribe to our channel to stay up to date with our adventures and other van life tips and advice from the road. Let's see what's going on inside the van.
Hey, welcome to the camp. Come on in. You have my collection of COVID masks. And my favorite part of here is my light switches that I put in, which turn the lights on outside. I have a LED bar in the front, on each side, and the back. The lights it up like a stadium. Another thing we added was this nice curtain, and it rolls up. We want it to slide back and forth, but it's nice divider for the cab to not see all this stuff. And another feature, our last feature up here, is the tallest chair in the passenger seat. Clamp. And there you go.
Ours is a little freaky out.
We need a little grease down there.
This is my favorite part of our entire van, and it's the kitchen. The slab that we have here is actually a hemlock slab, and this is one full piece. And then this comes out from the sink, and this is our cutting board, so we don't cut as a drying station for our dishes. So this has definitely been a space-saving idea of how we did this, and I wouldn't change anything about it. We took the end slab, this piece, we cut it off the back because I knew that I wanted to have an area for fruits and vegetables and to also have boards so we don't cut on the rest of the counter. And then every round like bird needs this. So this was something we bought to use as a colander, which pops out like oof. So it pops out as a colander, but we actually use that as a drying station for our dishes. So this has definitely been a space-saving idea of how we did this, and I wouldn't change anything about it. We took the end saving idea of how we did this, and I wouldn't change anything about it. We took the saving idea of how we did this, and I wouldn't change anything about it. We took the end slab, this piece, and we cut it off the back because I knew that I wanted to have an area for fruits and vegetables and to also have herbal infusions and some plants and stuff like that. That wasn't going to get in the way when we were cooking. So we made this herbal fruit vegetable trough. That's what you call it.
The other good feature in the kitchen is max air fan. It is a must-have. This can suck the air out or it can blow air in. It's great for cooking when you're cooking, especially after we have a butane, propane stove, so we need to like ventilate the place while we cook, obviously. This thing's powerful.
So we have a swivel faucet, just like kind of everybody else does. And also this attachment. So this is already filtered water, but then we have another filtration system. We just wanted to double our filtration, and this is for drinking water right here. So if there's non-potable water, we can still fill our water tank with it. These are some of our spices and herbs that we use regularly. There's a ton of them here. There's 2 rows of these bigger jars and then 1 row of these smaller jars. And then if we look up here, this is our mason jar, tincture, capsule area, tea area. So we have a bunch of stuff that we just keep on hand, like beans, coconut flakes, chickpea flour, some herbs, spices, and then things that we take up, and then 1 row of these smaller jars. And then if we look up here, this is our mason jar, tincture, capsule area, tea area. So we have a bunch of stuff that we just keep on hand, like beans, coconut. Writing's not that easy. What?
Feels weird. Picking it up. I can see that shield is.
Coconut flakes, chickpea flour, some herbs, spices, and then some of our personal things that we take every single day. We wanted to make sure we could stack stuff, so even if we weren't going to use these, water tank with them. These are some of our spices and herbs that we use regularly. There's a ton of them here. There's 2 rows of these bigger jars and then 1 row of these smaller jars. And then if we look up here, this is our mason jar, tincture, capsule area, tea area. So we have a bunch of stuff that we just keep on hand, like beans, coconut. Flake. Chickpea flour, some herbs, spices, and then some of our personal things that we take every single day. wanted to make sure we could stack stuff. So even if we weren't going to use mason jars, we can stack a lot easier because of the second area.
We installed gas struts on each side of the cabinet here that keeps the cabinet door open. And we also have two latches. I put two in here just to reinforce it. We have a lot of glass in here. When you're off road, you're going over bumps, like all that weight just kind of knocks open this cabinet. At least it did that one time. So I put a second latch on here, so we haven't had a problem.
These are our other kitchen cabinets. Pretty big. So just like random soft stuff, tamari, apple cider vinegar, things that we use a lot, and also our teacup. We also have a citrus juicer and our Vitamix, which we use all the time. And then we have our other kitchen cabinet, which is basically cups, plates, mixing bowls, and our cookware.
A plus to having this wall here is we made a little cubby space behind the driver's seat, like our brooms, mops, and some extra shoes and stuff. Very important to have a broom in your van. You will use it 10 times a day. Give this one little space back here.
This was a decision that took me a long time because originally I thought we weren't going to be able to use regular tile, we're going to have to use vinyl, and it was getting really confusing. But we realized a lot of people in Vales, they said their tiles didn't break. It's something we were a little worried about, but so far it's been good. So we just went with the regular liquid tile. I'm pretty proud of this because this is part of the van that I actually did with our friend Miro. So shout out to Miro for showing me how to grout. I think that's what it's called, how to do grout work. So shout out to Miro for helping me, teaching me how to do this.
So right here we have a couple switches. One is for the gray tank, and we can turn this on and off with an electric bulb out, but it's attached to a gray tank outside. So
hey, excuse me, no. What are you? Excuse me. You want to tell me what you're barking at? Oh, you heard a noise. Oh. Nobody's here.
and our 11 gallons of gray water tank empty out. Other switch here is for our nature's edge toilet, which has a fan that's constantly running 24/7 inside the toilet. And that hose, that fan, sucks out all the poopy air, so that's why I never smell it here. But when we take a shower, we have to remove the toilet and unhook that wire. I didn't want to have like a live wire just hanging around the shower while we're showering, so I had this switch I could turn off that power. Just a little extra safety feature.
We put a bunch of different like little nooks around the van. So if I wanted to print or wanted books, we had an area to do it. So this little area houses our print that it's actually doing pretty good. Not bad. I thought he was kind of on his way out, but he's definitely come back.
Welcome to our entryway. Here we have our carbon monoxide monitor station. Now that we have propane and butane stove, this is good to have to make sure you're safe. And we have two dimmer switches. One is for our under cabinet light, and second is for our ceiling lights. We use puck lights and LED strips under the cabinet. We have a couple of nice hooks here, just like storing shirts or jackets, and you can pull them up and down, poke your elbow out. Here we have our little storage loft, which we have yoga mats, our window covers, and a couple other random things.
You don't have a lot of room in advance, so you really have to think about the things that are going to matter. But this is one of those things we don't necessarily need, but definitely wanted to bring. There is your moment of peace for the day. These are our beautiful cabinetry. Well, we went with this kind of retro green because Brian and I are both into retro and vintage stuff quite a bit. And then down here, this is our garbage. We custom made this so it would actually fit this size garbage can. We have our first aid kit down here, cleaner, just stuff like that, and a filtration system. And that is our fridge. So we have a Dometic, what does it be? It's our Dometic
CFX 65DZ.
Yeah, that is what it is. And it is a fridge and freezer. As you can see, we just have a ton of stuff in here. And then we have a freezer which is packed because we make smoothies every single day. So we have a lot of fruit that we go through. Now, the reason we went with this kind rather than the regular stand-up is because we knew we were going to be able to sell it versus if you open the door on the other ones, things could just come piling out, falling everywhere. It just goes back into here. Voila. So to cook, we wanted to make the most of this slab area, which is why we decided not to actually put our burner on the top. We decided to go with something that could actually stay in a drawer. And originally we had a induction burner that was inside here, but we realized it pulled way too much power. So we switched it out for this sweet little number. So this is a propane / butane stove. And so we actually keep it in here when we cook. So we just flip this over, put the butane in, turn it on. It works amazingly well. And you can take this outside.
Why are people snagging this $89 portable AC? I recently discovered how to refrigerate any room of my house.
So under the passenger seat, we have a Webasto heater. It is fueled by our gas tank. We have a tap that taps into our fuel tank, also powered by electricity. It's a blower, but the combustion section is fueled by our gas tank. There's a digital control panel over by our bed. I'll show you in a second. And we can set the timer for 3 times a day, 7 days a week of when we want the heater to come on and what temperature we want it to come on. And we have it mounted right above our bed. So when it's cold out, usually we turn the heat on before we get out of bed. This heater's been great. We've been in like super cold weather, like I think it's cold as what, 15 degrees in Stanley, Idaho. And it keeps the damn warm. We run it a lot during those cold times, but it keeps the damn warm. It does a great job. Oh, hey. So while I'm down here, I'm also talking about our floor. Underneath the floor is just half-inch plywood for our subfloor. We did not insulate the floor. Regarding that, this flooring, the actual flooring is vinyl flooring snapped together. It's designed for a floating system where you just put it on the floor, you don't glue it. But I glued it and snapped it on, and it works great. They say you're not supposed to do that, but I did it anyways. I'll do it again.
This is our nook. Brian and I both work full-time when we're on the road, so it was really important for us that we had somewhere where we could work without bumping each other's elbows, because Brian and I already saw that would probably be an issue coming if we were working side by side. And we also wanted to be able to look outside while we were working too, so we weren't enclosed next to the bed. I also wanted a place where not only we could work, but I could also do my makeup. And we also wanted a couch, and we wanted another bed. So this is literally our all-in-one space, and I think this is like pretty unique also to our van as well. We have this table on a lagoon, so it moves around, and this also a hook to open up into my vanity. So this is, I'm super stoked on this. We did a really good job on this. It also has some beautiful Hollywood lighting, as you can tell, very, very high end, of course. And then it lights up. We noticed when we started driving, it's kind of moving all over, and we got a couple little dents in our cedar. We just latch this in whenever we're about to drive. It is sturdy and it won't come loose. And this also drops and becomes a couch, which Brian is going to show you. And it also becomes a bed, because we thought maybe
somebody would want to come traveling with us once in a while. So far, that has not happened yet. But one day, we're ready. We're ready for company when they do come.
So it's Crystal mentioned this goes into couch mode, and I'm going to show you how to do it right now. Check this out. This is out. Boom. And we're back in here. Here. Couch mode.
These pillows, they're multifunctional. They go in the bed. They work for couch mode. And they store extra clothing. So a little van life tip is they don't have a lot of room for clothing all the time. But we have clothing in them. So there's extra sweaters, like sleep shorts, things like that. So all our pillows, except for the ones we actually sleep on at night, are all multifunctional. So that it's space saving and you can just pull out stuff whenever you need it.
So behind these walls and all the walls and the ceiling, we use insulation. And what we used for insulation was Havelock wool. We wanted to use something that was not toxic. And so we went with the Havelock wool. It was easy to install. Havelock wool, good place. We'll leave a link down below in the comments. Check it out.
I want to do another shout out to Needle and I up in Chimicum, Washington. So she did these, which are water resistant, stain resistant. They're actually made for outdoor furniture. So these are awesome and they're super comfortable. These are actually on Velcro. So this back comes off. And so does this bottom one. And inside we have a bench that opens up. So it's kind of like our, do we have room for the food up in our regular cabins? No. And we just put them down.
All right, let's talk about this second bench. Inside is where we charge all of our electronics. So we have a couple slots here for our laptops, which I made some nice little foamy dividers here to keep them safe and tight. While it's in here, you can actually charge it, have it installed an outlet back here. You can't see it right now. And just any other miscellaneous electronics that we have. And we keep it safe and locked.
We have this little guy right here. This is another close hook. So we just pop this down. We have our iPad. We'll put on a movie. Brian and I can cozy up on the couch and we can watch movies at night.
And now I'm going to put it in bed mode. Cushion. Pull up this for the back support. Then we got these things here that we installed. These little guys in there. There's one on either side, and they lock into each other. Flip this around, and we got two more on this side. You want to see on that side? Take a look over there. And then these slide in.
You got this?
Oh yeah. Whoa. Basically, like a 7-foot long bed. That's pretty good.
What would you give this Airbnb? What rating?
5 stars.
5-star Airbnb.
Super host.
Super host. Sweet. And for the window covers, we have my beautiful Aunt Janet. Thank you so much. She actually made our window covers.
So an important item to have in your van are these window covers. We bought these from Van Made Gear. There's magnets in here, and it's insulated. Great for stealth cam. This is a must-have. Close it up. Looks like the lights are out. And we have those for all the windows, except for one, but they're all covered. And it comes with this carry bag too, for storage. Oh, yeah. So under the driver's seat here is our battery isolator switch. We have a Blue C MLR switch, and what that does is it connects the alternator with the back batteries that power the whole van. So when I'm driving, it charges the battery off the alternator. There's a few different ways to charge the batteries. There's shore power, solar power, and alternator. And the alternator is used a lot when you're not getting a lot of sun outside or shore power to charge your battery. So another way to do it is when you're driving to your next destination, your batteries are charging while you're driving. So it's very helpful.
Super helpful.
Tool to have.
I'm a hangry, and that's why I started Daily Harvest. Working long hours, eating lunch at like 3 p.m., running to and from appointments. The thing is, I knew how to eat well, right?
Oh, hello. Welcome to our beautiful deluxe shower bathroom area. So we have our compostable toilet down here, and this is a nature's head. We are very happy with this purchase. We highly suggest
left it, no smell whatsoever, unless you let it go for a little bit too long. We have a mirror. So this is actually not glass. I custom ordered this. I forget what it's made out of, but you can check the link below. So the other part in here that we have is Brian built these amazing shelves, and we probably took an extra week or 2 weeks. How long was it?
Like
an extra 2 weeks. Brian did an amazing job on these. And we also have this. So this is a handheld one, so you can use it wherever you want, or you can just or you can just put it up and be ready to go. We saw some people that said they were knocking their handles after water was turning on when they were using the restroom or when they accidentally hit it. And so we got this European shower mixers, and this works great because you actually have to press a button to turn it for it to turn on. And we do have hot water, so we turn the hot water on, and we have enough for definitely a 5-minute shower each. We have 33 gallons of water, and we have a 7-gallon water heater, I believe. Yeah, Brian's nodding his head. Yes. We have a sweet little clothesline that goes across so that when we have wet swimsuits or towels that we can actually put them on the clothesline. We decided to have our friend Sydney, who's an amazing seamstress. Thank you, Sydney. She made this actually shower curtains for us. So I took a blanket that I had from some of my travels in Bali, and she turned it into this beautiful shower curtain. Welcome to our bedroom nook. This is our queen bed that we had previously before we moved into the van, but we took a machete to it and took a few inches off to make it work with the rest of our van layouts. The one thing, if you are going to cut your own bed that you have, make sure it's not fiberglass because that can be pretty dangerous. This is my side of the bed. This is we decided to have our friend Sydney, who's an amazing seamstress. Thank you, Sydney. She made this actually shower curtains for us. So I took a blanket that I had from some of my travels in Bali, and she turned it into this beautiful shower curtain. Welcome to our bedroom nook. This is our queen bed that we had previously before we moved into the van, but we took a machete to it and took a few inches off to make it work with the rest of our van layouts. The one thing, if you are going to cut your own bed that you have, make sure it's not fiberglass because that can be pretty dangerous. This is my side of the bed. This is the other nook that I have. We made sure that I could put my favorite tea mug in here or a glass of water at night, and it's nice and big so I can take it in and out. And then we have some bed spray, some other little stuff. And then here's also some books. So I have a little book nook area here. It is my secret, not so secret, jewelry area. And then I have place for necklaces, and then I put corkboard on the back so I could put in earrings, and then I have things to hang earrings on, and just a little nook down here for bracelets and odds and ends. And then Brian and I both have some reading lights. They're very functional because we have USB outlets on both of them, so we can charge our phones at night. It looks like Brian has up here, he's charging something actually on my side of the bed for whatever reason. So we have a charger up there, which is pretty nice. We have a couple big cabinets. So these are definitely bigger than the other ones we have up front. And we have our bags of clothing. These are some compact bags, I think is what they're called. We have a decent amount of room each for our clothing. Brian is up here. The other thing that's over in my nook area is our light switches. So we have 3 different dimmers here that are the same dimmers that we have up front, but this one goes our shower. Then we have our other one here, which is for these top lights. And then we have this one over here, which is for our underneath our cabinet.
Welcome to my side of the bed.
as well. Definitely not as fancy as Crystal. So I got this little cup holder. Got it at the Camping World store. $5. There's different widths. I can put bigger cups in there. The thermos. Works great. Got a night light here too. And I also double up the sliding with place to hang my headphones. And here's my little pocket. Just a little plastic thing on there. And I got my phone charger. And I want to have a camper. A lot of people do different ways with their beds. They kind of go this way or this way. We chose the left and right, side to side version, and recess the walls in. So it gives you like an extra, probably 2 or 3 inches per side. So it's extra, but so I can stretch out. And this is a much cheaper way to do it than some people buy those flare outs. You see, they kind of like go through that flare out that pop out inside. Those are like thousands of dollars, and you can just make it enough with the woodwork and trim it out differently.
I spent 25 years researching men living to 110 or 120. I discovered one.
We installed some shelving for our shoes. We ordered these on Etsy.com, and they came out great. We got 4 of them. The only thing is that the fabric kept sliding off the rails here. So I actually bought some toy wheels at the hardware store and just screwed them in so it kind of holds them in so they don't slide out. Pretty easy solution for that. Then I added some extra wood on the bottom to make it more firm so they don't sag. These doors have one other function. Here, but yet another clothesline. And this goes from one side to the other. And now you could actually hang other things to dry, like towels when we're swimming. So we decided to go with bins instead of like the drawers or those big pull-out things. We just have so many different things going on all the time that our plan keeps changing, I guess. So we gotta be flexible. So we have like 14 different types of bins in here. So there's a lot of storage in here.
I would say maybe like 6 or 7.
I think it's 14. You want to count with me?
Let's do it.
Okay.
We're pretty decent brothers. We have a lot of stuff.
There's more.
And there's more. So Brian was right when you had exactly 14 boxes. I feel like you had an unfair advantage for this.
Yeah, so if you're living on the road, you need tools. Power drills, power screwdrivers, battery chargers, drill bits, stuff like that, socket set. I use them a lot, actually. You open up here, you see the water heater and the water pump. And then right here is my gravity drain. I want to drain the tank. Over here, we have our electric setup. Got a magnetic door here. Comes off. Got here our master kill switch. All of our major fuses for our DC full system. We have 4 150 amp-hour AGM batteries from Full River, which gives us an amount of, it totals up to 600 amp hours battery bank we have. And here's our master kill switch. And over here, we have our Ames Global LF 2000 watt inverter, sine wave inverter. This thing's great. And in the back here is our laundry chute. The back of it, I'll show you that inside the van in a little bit. Right here is our main fuse panel. I made a back door so we can get back there for all the wiring in case we gotta adjust anything, but usually you don't have to touch that at all. So down below is our main fuse panel and monitor station. All of the electrical wiring, everything electrical ends up right down here. Let's take a look inside. So on the top here, this is where our AC breakers are and our DC fuses live. Down here is our monitor for our state of charge, which is lets us know how much power is in our batteries and also how many amp hours we've consumed. Right here is our inverter remote. Adjust anything, but usually you don't have to touch that at all.
So down below is our main fuse panel and monitor station. All of the electrical wiring, all these, everything electrical ends up right down here. Let's take a look inside. So on the top here, this is where our AC breakers are and our DC fuses live. Down here is our monitor for our state of charge, which is lets us know how much power is in. Take a look inside. So on the top here, this is where our AC breakers are and our DC fuses live. Down here is our monitor for our charge, which is how much power is in our batteries, and also how many amp hours we've consumed. Right here is our inverter remote. The inverter is what converts the DC power to AC power.
Where'd you go? Which one did you go to? One in, did they have who made it? Who made the channel? Huh? I have no idea. Was it a girl or a guy? A guy. The Subway in Walmart is closed now. Really? No kidding. I don't know if they're remodeling or whatever. There's nothing going on. No way. That's the only sub. That's insane. I can't believe that. Of all places. And I know absolutely nothing about Jerry. Jerry knows nothing about Jerry. The staff will not talk to anybody. They're so nuts. I got there and I wasn't there 2 minutes.
it took me about 45 minutes to find out where the hell he was at once I got there, even though I got permission to go visit him before I even drove out there. But I hit his room and saw him. He was with a nurse, and I walked in. I tried to find out what was going on. And the nurse was giving me the runaround, and I got really upset. And then a nurse with a wheelchair came up, and she says, "You're going to have to leave now." And I said, "I've been here for 10 minutes." She says, "We're moving him to a different room." And I said, "Can I visit him up there?" She said, "No, there's no visiting up there at all." I said, "How the hell am I going to talk to him then?" She said, "Room." I said, "Well, fine. At least now I can." It's ridiculous. Because Jerry, I mean, you literally can't even talk to him. Why? Because he can't hear. Why? You don't have hearing aids? No, his hearing aids. He's got an appointment to get new ones short. Really? Yeah. So, I'm going to call him tonight at his place and find out what's going on. But, the reason I'm late is your mother called me and said, "Can you meet me at the park?" I said, "Where you at?" She said, "I'm in Hugo." Meet you at the park in Hugo? No, she was in Hugo. And so I met her at the park. She gave me the $300 for you. So I've got a check in my car. I don't want you to do the check anymore. Put it in U.S. Bank. They won't allow me to do U.S. Bank, they will. Oh, in U.S. Bank. Oh, all right. No problem. Just give me a slip of paper with the info on it. Do it. That way it doesn't have to. Okay. Let me tell. You want me to do? I'm going off. I said I'm going to come upstairs. No, I just want to tell you one thing. Please don't need to tell you. I just don't want to share with the world our conversation. You don't have to. Yeah, it's all over. Okay. This is not important. I'm saying I'm golfing at 11 o'clock. So I'm going to leave about 9:45 from here. But do you want me to put it in the bank before I go golfing? Before. And then I'm leaving at 9:30. For what time? What are my options for time? Or 4 to 10. 15 minutes. Oh, 9:30. I'll put it in the bank. And then I'm going golfing. What kind of bread is this? Got this like, what did you ask for wheat, just like I always do. I can't believe there's the only Subway left. What? I go to the other one all the time anyway. No, but I can't believe there's only one left. I wish there was more than one open. Come on, girl. Come on. I gotta get the money.
So tell me again one more time. You're standing over me. I couldn't. Hard for me to have a conversation when you're doing that. I didn't understand. Please don't swear.
What are you asking me to tell you?
Okay, and be mindful that we are broadcasting around the universe. So I just was wanted to be clear on a couple of points. So, did you want to cuss and swear a little bit first, or because I'm very aware that the whole universe is listening to me.
What do you want to know?
I just don't want to have an angry conversation. I don't want to argue. I was just curious. So, Jerry, you were actually only there for a total of how much time?
2 minutes.
Did you give him that charger?
No,
Do you have it? They've got charger. Go ahead. So what are you going to say? Keep talking.
They had 2 chargers there that didn't work. So he's got a phone in his room now. So he doesn't need his cell phone.
They had 2 chargers. Oh, so you didn't need to bring them one.
Right.
How do you know that one wouldn't work if you didn't try it?
I don't know, because when I called and talked to him, the nurse said she's got the cell phone on the charger, which was totally wrong. The charger didn't work.
Oh, yeah, so
I left it in my car. Why would I bring it up?
Well, to see when I was there, what I noticed that they've got 5 or 6 different chargers, and none of them, or only one worked in mine.
Yeah, they only had 2, and they didn't work in here.
That doesn't. What I'm trying to say is the one you had in your car might have been different.
And what I'm telling you is they told me I didn't need a charger because they had a charger on it. Okay? So I wasn't going to run all the way down.
Hey, I'm your friend.
Yeah.
I'm trying to be your friend, not.
You don't seem to understand.
No, I'm not real smart.
I know, but you don't understand.
You don't have to get angry at me because I'm stupid.
I don't want to keep repeating.
Well, I'm sorry. I try to be nice and make you feel better about your brother. I don't want. It's like you want to yell at me.
Here's our water gauge for our fresh water, put the snow in our empty bowl. Over here we have tank heaters for our gray tank. We have a gray tank outside. We have an 11-gallon gray tank outside. So those cold nights, we don't want a block of ice down there in that tank. So we turn this on, keeps it at 60 degrees, so it'll never freeze outside. The pipes, however, they are not heated. And that's it for the power station.
You don't want to have to smell your dirty laundry. There's not a whole lot of room, and you don't want it to be a second thought after you build the fan. So we created a secret laundry room door area. So it's right behind this bench here, and we use some of that same stuff that we used in the shower, the same paneling. So this is also waterproof and it's easy to wash and clean.
Another item down here is our solar panel breakers. You turn these on and off.
Grammarly can help you write quickly and confidently, so you never have to slow down at work. Stay on top of emails, documents, and more without having to stay put.
If I got to work on the solar charger in the back or any kind of electronic, I can just turn this off knowing that there's not going to be power going down the lines. Over here we have our water intake and our shore power hookup. It locks, so no one can mess with it. This connects directly to our water tank. Makes it very easy to filter water. And over here, we have our shore power. So you have 2 different options when you go like an RV park, 15 or 30 amps. A lot of times when I got the table and chair set up, I'm working on my laptop, I like to plug into here. Or if you want like twinkly lights on the awning, plug in right here. If you're filling up a tube with an air pump or anything like that, before we go tubing, we can plug it in here. Just a good utility outlet. One of the cool things we got in the van is this backdoor ladder by the company called Circo, bought it online.
It's very cheap, affordable, easy to install. Just rest on the top. That's it. And there's 2 screws right here. 2 screws, and it goes in like 5 minutes. In addition, I added on some grip tape, a little more safe climbing down. Otherwise, it's like. Welcome to the roof. Over here we have our roof storage. We have a lot of clothes like winter, all different seasons, along with our tables and chairs and some other recreational things. But this thing is stuffed. I also installed these wooden planks just so I wouldn't stop walking on the actual roof, but I was doing that for months. And I have 3 solar panels up here. Each panel is 175 watts. Over here we have our Wi-Fi booster. It's our antenna.
This is our WeBoost, which is a Wi-Fi booster. So this works well for our hotspots, and this can take, basically, if you have only 1 bar, it'll take it to 2 or even 3 bars. This is definitely a must for bandwidth.
Almost forgot the most important thing that's up here, and that's the awesome roof rack that we bought. Aluminum roof rack, so it's lightweight. The reason why I got this roof rack is because it's a flexible roof rack. You can do a lot of modifications to it. And then we got this sweet awning from Thule. It's 10 by 10. We got legs that come down, or you can mount the legs to the van. I haven't done that yet, but that's what I want to do ultimately. Little mounts that come right here. Or you can put them here, stick them, and turn around. Everything that we're mentioning here as far as like solar panels, everything on the roof rack awning, all those items will be listed in our comments below. I know we're kind of just blasting through all this pretty quickly, but everything's down below. You can look at. There's links to everything.
If you have any friends or family that are building out a van right now, be sure to share this video with them so they can get some tips for their own van build.
If you like this video, please give us a thumbs up and subscribe so you get notifications of our weekly video releases.
And if you have any questions about our van builds, we'd be happy to answer them. Just leave them in the comments below.
Thanks for stopping by.
We want to say thank you to everyone that's helped us with our build. Without your help, I don't know how we could have done it. So I'm going to start with my parents. Thank you so much. And thank you to Sydney for also letting us crash at your house and helping with the build.
I think a big shout out to Connor Sisk. Connor helped me out from the very start, starting with the subfloors, framing, all the structural integrity of the van is basically Connor. Shout out to my good buddy Matt Lawrence. Last but not least, Miro.
We salute you.
We salute you.
We would have been in a canoodle without you. It really took a village to make this van dream a reality. So thank you. Love you all so much.
Love you.